So I took myself off of 8 minutes there, the handicap, so I'm gonna play this like fairly quickly. Let's pray that my computer holds out today. I don't know why Streamlabs was struggling so much to get started. Eventually you'll see the art on these cards. Forest Pitching Days. Delver. Maverick, maybe? I saw Days, so I'm gonna assume there's Wasteland. There's blue and green, so I guess there's probably Oko too. Oh yeah, the new completely gray art. There we go. Mother like does that to me when I get started sometimes. It's probably just my computer being shit. I have 4 cards in hand. I should just try this now. I don't know, like sometimes my computer will struggle, and then when next time I restart, it'll just like failed a bit. I wasted like 8 minutes of this round trying to get the stream set up, so I gotta play fairly quickly. It's alright, I can play quick. Just don't have the time to slow it down and think like very carefully in certain spots. This looks like some kind of like loam deck. If they force pitch Days. Yeah, you'll never catch me playing something like that. Turtle Power MTG. How's your Sunday going? Oh, nice. Kids are like boundless, like, bundles of energy. Just never get tired, it seems like. Not that I have kids or anything like that, but I know the struggle. And even though, like, Snowco is a good matchup for me, I just, like, don't want to play against that deck today. I mean, I know this is not Snowco, but just later in the challenge. We're in trouble with this game anyway. No, screw those Pithing Needles naming Oko. I didn't have anything to... Oh, they'll just steal something, right? No, or just make him do it. I wonder what you even call this deck. Sultai Colors, Wasteland, Daze, Ice Fang, Astrolabe. Just general good stuff based around blue and green. Doing the quick math in my head, I thought we might be able to live one turn, but I don't even know where we go from there. Well, I guess we have this mana. Oh, wait, no, we're dead now. I was gonna say, we have a extra green mana now. I think carpets. Probably just this stuff. I saw a lot of dual lands, not many like basics. So hopefully there won't be like something like back to basics. But I honestly have no idea. I mean, I guess I'll keep like a Rec Sage in case there's something like really random. I don't even know about this Tabernacle anyways. No, I actually don't think Tabernacle is going to be good. Most of those creatures at the end of that game were elks Voko's making. I don't think they're going to be that creature heavy up to that point. Although I guess we saw Noble Hierarch too. This is like the worst card because I wasn't sure if it would actually have a usage. Like this card's, the sand is pretty boring. It also doesn't have the first Cloudpost, but I think it's probably okay. If we're lucky, this Reclaimer will live a turn. I should just play Needle Reclaimer this turn. I mean, I won't get the Cloudpost that way. Let's let them make a move first. Because if they do want to Oko, at least that would mean I wouldn't get Wastelanded. Yeah, they should just like Ice Fang last game too, though. That makes me not want to go for Lage. Maybe we will. Let's see. I wanted to get rid of one of the stages, just because that Glimmerpost next turn will... Assuming I didn't get Oko there, would have had the mana to do everything that I wanted. Play Reclaimer, play Needle, and then also activate the current Reclaimer I had. Probably still gonna just attack Oko, even if this Needle resolves. Okay. Yeah. I feel like there's gonna be a decay sooner or later. I guess I'll just play this out now. Hope we dodge Wasteland a turn. Seems like they're considering countering this. Wow. Force pitching Uro. I feel like that's, I'm okay with that. Abrupt Decay. Called it. I'm so bottlenecked on green mana. Maybe leave this Once Upon a Time. And then if I get a forest, that wouldn't be that terrible, because I could play Rec Sage, kill the food, I guess. I get the feeling that this Rec Sage isn't going to be actually like that valuable. Alright, it's the only choice. Let's put more pressure on the board. It's such a struggle trying to kill Oko. Just doing like everything I can, just can't kill it. Can only contain it. I feel like people that play decks with Oko in it, they're usually like good players, so they won't make stupid decisions. Like making this Rec Sage a 3/3 elk. Yeah, I feel like when looking at this card, it's like they just like threw away their whole like Planeswalker design limitations. Like, why is the middle ability a plus? It could have been like a 0. It still would have been too good, probably. Sometimes I forget about like the swap abilities one too. But it's like not even that hard to get to his ult. Like any other Planeswalker, it feels like you have to at least like struggle or work a little bit to like preserve them. Or you have to like tick them down for a protection ability. But Oko, it's like, no. Just protect him and boost myself. Thanks, Punishing Waterfalls. Are you playing in this challenge too? Well, if you have the free time, hopefully you can keep an eye on the stream. We lost the challenge streak yesterday. I'm trying to start a new one now. Yeah, I wasted so much time, like, just getting started here today. I didn't even see, like, how many players there are. Yeah, it was a good run. A ton of fun. Hopefully, people stick around to watch, even. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I kind of want to fire this crop right here. Yeah, they're like catching up to our clock. Alright, I think I'm just going to search up right now. Just in case they have that one thing. Let's get Ulamog. Stupid Oko. They don't have a second black mana just yet. And they've missed their land drop the last couple turns. And I haven't seen him to Torok in quite a bit. Last I remember it was when, like, Grixis control was popular. Yeah, Astrolabe, but I'll solve all his problems. I don't even know what you call this deck over here. Like we saw Daze, Wasteland, Oko, Noble Hierarch. Just a general assortment of good cards in those colors. Bug Oko. Yeah, it's probably pretty to the point. Let's kill stupid Oko right now. And Islands. Bug Trade Binder plus Oko. Force pitching, force negation. No, I don't want to attack now. I would lose that race. I really hope he doesn't wasteland like right here this turn. Oh yeah, that was a 4-for-1. Force pitching a card plus Ulamog doing its work. That was what I was going to search for. Thanks for the follow, Math Rules. The old Kozilek concede. Alright, I think I want Tabernacle back in, actually. Or not back. It's never in there in the first place. I don't know what I cut, though. Usually, like, my automatic cut is Expedition Map, but... Thanks to the Real Skate 1000. Appreciate it. Maybe these Carpet of Flowers aren't as good as I'm like hoping them to be. I don't know, this Rec Sage, I feel like I kind of determined that that wasn't going to be worth it. I'll just get like Damping Sphered or something if I take it out. No, I think a Tabernacle's still better. That's shitty. Even if this did have like the green source, I wouldn't trust this hand. Like, what if they just never play an island? What if our next card was a forest though? And they played like 2 islands even? Oh man. What do you think? It's a high risk, high reward. I guess it's like a little too dependent on multiple things. Us drawing a forest and them. And also the fact that it has a single land in it. Alright, we'll mulligan. I don't want you to turn off my stream. I really want to see the top card though. If I had a forest in this hand, I would try this one. Because if they can't answer Carpet of Flowers, like, their one island could give us like all the mana we need. Yeah, that's amazing too. They're almost like equal to us in time now. I literally started playing when there was like 18 minutes left for me. Okay, this hand is much better. I'll put 1 carpet back. I still need 2 of those. I want to have the payoff. But just for the record though, that 7 card hand with the 3 carpets, like if nobody was watching and I was just playing by myself, I might try that hand. Yeah, this is game 3. Not even an island. Alright, well I'm glad I shipped that carpet then. The other one. Yeah, Reclaimer. Abrupt Decay and Reclaimer. I know they run Wasteland too. Throw like a Wasteland out here, it's going to be kind of annoying. This is an island. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. That just takes away Reclaimer targets there. Or carpet a target for their decay. Please no wasteland, please no wasteland. I'd like rather they play Oko here than any card draw. God damn it. It's okay. Nothing else is going on now. Let's get another Reclaimer. If this lives, I can go get another Cloudpost, play Vesuva out as my Cloudpost. I don't think it's going to live, though. Maybe this is just a row. Alright, that's good news at least. And that. Alright, I'm just going to take a couple hits from this Uro. Let's see. I only get 1 extra mana from the carpet, guaranteed. So I could be at 8 mana. I feel like I should probably name Oko here. I mean, I already saw 1 wasteland. Oh, hey, good morning, SV. How's it going? This is the round 1 of the challenge. This is game 3 here. You still down to do the podcast later? Because I am if you are. Nice. I feel like talking about this deck a little bit more. And the ramen too. I want to see how this pales in comparison to the Ichiran. It's been a while since I had that though, so I'm sure it'll still be pretty good. I hate how people don't play islands out. It's for 3. Fuck, what is this? Knight of Autumn. Excavator. Come on, Glimmerpost. Alright, well, I guess I can't do anything at this point. If I trade this Glimmerpost for a Cloudpost, I could either get rid of that or get rid of Eye of Ugin. Either or. I also search up like Walking Ballista and like mow down their board, most of their board, but That would be dependent on Ballista even resolving. I'm also giving them like free reign to play that one card too. So I don't think this deck would probably run that card, but if I was really scared of opposition agent, I could just like take a draw. Hope I draw my 8th mana source. Hopefully they'll just give me like a spot where I have some certainty. Yeah, I wasted 8 minutes at the start of this round just getting like the stream and my computer set up. And they're down on us on time now. Why is this thing attacking? Is that super suspicious? Like, you'll think this is some ploy to get me to try and search so they can shoot off like a opposition agent, do you? I guess I can just take it here. Yeah, I should probably hold the Reclaimer anyway for end of turn in case they play like a Wasteland. Just keep that up. Because I could grow my own Reclaimer. Kill this my own Rec Sage. The one that they stole from me. If I get to search, I might actually just get another Glimmerpost instead of this Eye. That way I get the Ulamog and also get 9 life. Thanks, Gifty. Alright, let's just make him have it then. I'll get rid of... Yeah, even if they do play it this way, if I draw a Glimmerpost... Can I afford to get Cloudpost now? That's the next question. Yeah, because I can get another Glimmerpost next turn if I really want to. And if I draw like another Locust land right here, then I can just play Emrakul and win. Alright. I don't know. Let's see, how would they win here? They have to get rid of this Needle, play Oko, and like swing at me. I don't want to just get to this Emrakul in hand, but I should probably just get another Glimmerpost right here. Yeah, I should just stick with the plan. I think that's the safest thing. I was thinking of getting greedy and getting like one more Cloudpost. But I want to like just, I don't know what I could die to. Like 2 more Noble Hierarchs. This puts me in the same position as the start of last turn too. I mean, Eye of Ugin's gone now until this Emrakul gets discarded. TRS Aphelion, thanks for the follow. That's kind of why I decided to kill that Ice Fang. Just to help push the Emrakul through. If it's going to come to that in the next like turn or two. Draw like a forest or any untapped mana source. I can use Reclaimer, get the 15 mana that way. So yeah, there's a lot of outs possible. They're really thinking hard about these cantrips. I feel like that art's a little too literal for me. Yeah, it's game 3. Uh-oh, Abrupt Decay. One card in hand. Boy, it's scary. This is Ice Fang. Next turn's our last draw. You know it's a counter probably too. Damn. Man. Oh, that was close. Maybe I should have been greedier earlier with that, getting that Cloudpost and not the Glimmerpost. No, didn't get our draws there. That's a shame. Yeah, I was trying to think like what I could have possibly died to. Oh, what's up, Archon? Like maybe 2 Noble Hierarchs. Maybe there wasn't like enough risk right there. Yeah, I brought in the 4 Carpet of Flowers. And they seem to know how to like to play around it, which makes sense. Oh, Janky B. Nice. Archon. 1-0. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the list they were on. I guess just Bug, Snoko. Yeah, I should have probably got the Cloudpost. Just trying to think what they could have possibly played to kill me. Because they had 3 power on board. They had the Dryad Arbor, my Rex Sage. Could have also Ulamogged my Rec Sage. Took like an extra power off the board with that. That's all hindsight though. I think the real thing was I shouldn't have played so scared around Opposition Agent, because yeah, I don't think that card is as prevalent as my opponents want me to believe it to be. Yeah, at least since that round took so long, just don't have to wait much longer for the second one. There's a lot of players too. 102. On the play here. Yeah, I've only had it played against me once so far. The sand. I'm gonna ship it. Yeah, I like this better. I'm gonna put back one of these crop rotations. It's mostly deciding if I wanted to hold up crop rotation or spend the mana playing the map. I definitely didn't want to Pithing Needle turn 1 until I got some more info. Until I knew if I should name Oko or Wasteland. I still don't know that. Let's play this out. This feels like either Rug Delver or like Omnitel. That makes me think Omni. Stifle, okay. Pokemoki pile? Nah, they would have Oko too. I'd rather name Oko here. I don't think Tess does. Could be wrong though. I wish I could become the Monarch. I'll say Wasteland with this one. See if this map happens. Alright, play around Stifle, I'll just use it now. wonder what this is. I'm not too worried about the milling ability. Because of that. Green mill. Yeah, I guess I'm not like up to date with these current legacy archetypes. I guess I should expect like most decks to pretty much always be running blue and green. Seems to be the standard. You're just joking. You know, legacy staple, blue-green mill. Why do they keep doing that? I really hope I can dodge losing this particular Pithing Needle long enough. Yeah, that's true. Stifle the Emrakul trigger. I feel like I haven't had Emrakul's trigger ever stifled before. I definitely had the other two ones done. Let's see if this happens at least. I guess it's too risky to just fire a crop rod off there. Yeah, I do not want to lose this wasteland if at all possible. Start fighting through stifles this next turn. Let's do this now. And get Ulamog, the one that's not going to shuffle. Yeah, I was thinking that too. They got to tap out if they want to do something meaningful. What should I attempt to Ulamog now? Maybe just the wastelands. Drops. Yeah, you guys are probably right. Don't want to be playing scared. I should be on the offense here. Get some more mana. This is like most likely getting countered for sure. Force switching Oko. Yeah, because now they can even do stuff to like unlock their wastelands early. Yay, get my whole library back. They could archive trap me. I still have Kozilek. This is really weird, this stuff. It just seems like a blue-green deck that is playing the new card. Probably take Depths out. Arcanist Bolts. Okay, I might keep the Bog in. We'll see. I saw Oko, essentially. I think I'm going to do the Carpets and then it's like 2 of the Force of Vigors. Just hedge a little. If they're like have Arcanists, then I feel like I should cut back on Reclaimers. And also considering Stifle, yeah. Let's treat this like Delver then, because I feel like the Reclaimers are not going to live. Like, at all. I mean, if that's mill, it just seems like a pretty typical blue-green deck. Let's crop right back. Yeah, matchup-wise, hasn't been super exciting so far. Third Echo of Aeons, God. I feel like you can usually find what you want. With like 1 Echo of Aeons. Aw, days. I was dependent on both those carpets to get to my Kozilek. Let's say Oko with this needle, if that happens. I mean, we don't have anything much to get wastelanded anyway. Core switching Stifle. Yeah, I think game 1 we saw a daze at one point. It's not fun. Just making sure I sided out all the Reclaimers. I feel like we're going to lose now unless we can draw one of the other carpets. Or hit enough like Cloudpost. That was a good draw. you can't name tokens, unfortunately. It's a good time for that bog. Let's see if they stifle. No, seriously? It's a pretty strange rule. Is there a nightmare token? Oh, interesting. I wonder how many answers this color kind of deck would run to Needle. Because we already got through one Wilt. Oh, interesting. I remember Rune Halo. I sided out the Rec Sage. We do have Force of Vigors, a couple of them. If I draw like a 4th basic forest, like that, I could attempt next turn to like search up Excavator. Could also just see if I draw more lands and I was gonna say just try and go for a big prime time. But I feel like something's gonna get forced though. Yeah, it's definitely bad. I mean, I don't feel completely out of this yet, but the mill card kind of threw me off. But yeah, now that I see this, it's just like Pokepile. Okay. I might try and just tap out with this Glimmerpost. No. Let's see if this happens first. Like, I'm guessing this will lead to a counter spell. I would hope this eats a counter here. Fenris Cloud, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I thought about it some more, though, and even just, like, a single Reclaimer. Like, they're probably, like, sandbagging a Bolt, or could easily acquire a Bolt, just to, whenever you do decide to search up the Reclaimer. I don't think I can, like, just rely at all on Reclaimer. Like, I don't think it ever sticks around. Yeah, I would be great here. Let's see. Yeah, sure, still would have been off of mana. It's another forest here. It kind of feels not worth it. And probably is right, though. We're also just dead to, like, Wasteland. Oh, I did keep the Rex Sage in. Good thing they countered it then. There's Wasteland. Like, at this point, I don't even care about the Rex Sage, so I'm just gonna die. I think it's just prime time or bust at this point. Because, yeah, they can deal 8 to us. We would die to, like, a Bolt also. Let's just see if this works. Could have attempted to search for Excavator too. Got Karakas. Yeah, they have so many ways to answer this. Like, they also Stifle from the prime time trigger. They didn't. They probably have Stifle, though. They did not. Well, then. Well, that makes me want to get Eye of Ugin. That kind of sucks, though. I feel like I need some life gain. Let's see, I can chump. A bolt would deal... One bolt would deal 8 damage to me total with this Dread Horde. I have 6 mana as it is now for next turn. They'll get to untap. So if I get Eye of Ugin, that'll cut the cost of this down by 2. Maybe I just try and win off the back of this prime time at this point, though. Yeah, they do have Wasteland. I could just get come into play tapped lands, too. If I... Yeah, I could prompt them to Wasteland the Eye if I get Glimmerpost. Preferably of Vesuva, because it comes in tapped. I should just get life, I feel like, here. If they have a bolt, they'll use that to kill the prime time. It just sucks, like, taking the untapped Glimmerpost out of the deck. Yeah, it seems like the best time for Eye of Ugin then. Just didn't think that thing would actually resolve. Wasn't thinking that far ahead. I was gonna say, there's the bolt. Yeah, 16 cards left. Could draw Carpet of Flowers, something like that. Damn. Alright, so how are we gonna figure this next game out? Probably more Force of Vigors. I'm just not convinced One Reclaimer. If it gets to the point where, like, we have 3 lands in the graveyard, then I could see the case for, like, searching it up. No, I don't really care about Uro that much. Let's cut maps completely. Cut a Force of Vigor. Yeah, maybe 3 forces is fine. Because obviously back to basics is something I have to answer. That's one of the few things it does answer, though, so... Yeah, it might be a little too limited. Yeah, I'll try One Reclaimer, but I still feel like I have a pretty bad feeling about the One Reclaimer, though. I kind of like Ballista, just like shooting down like Okos and stuff. Maybe it's not super great here, but I guess it could clear the way from like Ice Fangs and everything. This hand sucks. think this is risky too, but yeah, go down one more time. Good old 5-card hands. Okay, Forest, Carpet, Cloudpost. I think Stage, Cloudpost is how we want to do it. And if this Carpet resolves, we could play Stage turn 2, use their Carpet mana. This is assuming they have an island. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. I remember this deck can choose like not to search up islands pretty well. If the Astrolabe's like lined up. This is good for us though. Hope we don't get like Wasteland Surgical. Let's do this right now. Then next turn I'll do that same thing but with a Cloudpost. Alright. Surgical I would expect, or Wasteland I would expect. Surgical I really hope not. Oh, Ozymandias, thank you for the follow. Imagine you're playing in this challenge too. The guy on the right, thank you. Nice. I'm fighting to be 1-1 after this. Eric Neyman, thank you. Really want to name Oko with this. Like if they haven't wastelanded at this point, whatever. I'll play Cloudpost, make our other stage. I don't have to do that just yet. I think I'll wait with making the stage another Cloudpost. Might as well keep the second, or the Thespian stage, as a second forest at this point still. KM Lee, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I did that. I made a mistake with Needle with, I think it was Blink Moth Nexus. I meant to name Ink Moth at one point. And I just said before he said it, like, I'm gonna name Oko with this anyway. If they were to back to basics, that would, like, hurt them pretty well, too. Yeah, I think it's more valuable to keep the second green source up. I guess I can wait with this until they go to Wasteland. Most likely, yeah, fire this off defensively. I don't know if you guys can hear me right now. Maybe I'm back. My microphone came back, but Moto fucked up. Moto always takes like a minute to start up too. Good old Moto. Don't rush Moto, it needs its time. Just be gentle with it. The mill card. Yeah, everything about Moto reminds me of like the early 90s or some previous time. They tapped out here. I didn't care about this thing. I don't think so, really. If I want to try this crop rotation, I feel like I should go for it now. Nah, I'm just going to try it. Do it their turn. They're tapped out. Likely lead a counter, but we could draw like green sun next turn. Yeah. Let's get the Ulamog. And I'm going to hit the Wasteland. Maybe the Trop too. Hey, let me make sure I can't... I'm not Emrakul mana just yet. No, I should take away their basics probably. Make their back to basics potentially more devastating for them. Ooh, that's good. Hold up. Stupid wasteland. I want my stream back there. Yeah, that crop rotation resolving, so like an indication. Maybe they forced something earlier, didn't they? If we draw our Emrakul, well, I guess we'll just take an extra turn in that case. But we could get milled to death if they're both end up in hand. There, that's the thing that was off. That part of Moto up there. It's a wasteland. Little do they know. Got another gigantic thing in store for them. I guess I should have played the Kozilek first in case I drew like forest, carpet. Stifle. Okay. It's indestructible. I'd like that green mana, please. Yeah, one more Ulamog swing will kill them. Milled them to death. I can take a look at their list here. Stuff that got exiled. What's up, everyone? Just had to... Didn't realize all this chat here. Just trying to set up the stream so it didn't get screwed up. I'll Force of Vigor to send the message. Might back to basics here. Okay. That was wacky. Alright, 1-1. It's been 2 fun rounds for sure, despite being blue-green Oko Fest. That's what we expect of Legacy today, though. Oh yeah, did I have the Monarch at the end of that? No, they blocked with, whatchamacallit, the snake thing. At least they got a symbolic victory, not letting me become the Monarch. Like, that has to count for something. Yeah. Yeah, that's just like a way to get my shuffle triggers and put the Eye of Ugin in back that way. Yesterday, one of my games against the Hogak deck, I actually had this like nightmare scenario play out where Kozilek and Emrakul both got stuck in my hand. Which, if that happens, you don't have them as like a mill protection to just like flip out of your library and shuffle it back in. So I thought that was pretty amusing. It's one of those things where you'd hope it wouldn't happen, but it probably happens like once in 100 times or something. I hope we don't play against each other, Slasher. And my other friend, Janky B, is 1-1 too. I don't want to play against people that I know. Leviathan's 1-1. I didn't check exactly. Is this 7 rounds or 8? I feel like it's probably 8 rounds. Or 7 rounds, excuse me. Jadis Susoft, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I remember it used to show like the number of rounds here for some reason. I don't know why they like stopped showing it there. Seems no reason to not show that, not say. It's been 2 like really long rounds too. I guess I prefer that to just sitting around doing nothing. I didn't know it went past 10 rounds. Like, Eternal Weekend was maxed out. I think that was just 10 rounds, wasn't it? Like 672 people. I don't think Moto could handle having more people than that. Yeah, maybe there were bigger ones in the past. I don't know. Seems like this would be like the peak of Moto, where it's at like right now. Like number of players wise, at least. I'll be right back. The next round's gonna start in a couple minutes. So everyone watching, I'm gonna record a podcast with my friends here in AZ tonight and talk about this deck and the hot streak and stuff about it that's been happening recently. I'll post a link on my Twitter, so if you guys want to check that out at some point in the near future, it'd be a lot of fun. I'd just like to discuss about Legacy in general. It's always good to have some good podcasts for like work commutes and sitting around at work, if your work allows for that. Hey, Repo Cheap. Both of them were like, no, the first one was like a bug Oko deck. Bug good stuff, Oko with Wasteland. And then last round was like the Pokey pile. And I feel like last round was the more difficult matchup for us. Plus, I feel I probably could have made a different decision at some point the last game of the first round. Yeah, I hope I don't play Repo Cheap. 4 agents. I remember seeing that deck was one of them that like maxed out on agents. Yeah, like literally like a third of my deck like tutors in one way or another. Need that card to not ever get popular. Okay, on the draw here. Maverick, yeah, it was tough. Not super worried about depths, but these are the worst of like the non-combo matchups. Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I remember like mid-range decks are. It's always kind of annoying for like the stompy decks. I think I can do a little better than this hand. I was thinking like what's the best possible thing I could find off Once Upon a Time. Probably a Cloudpost. If not that, like a second untapped source. And like pray that this Reclaimer works. But the Ulamog in the opening hand kind of makes us like a 6-card hand anyway, so and the other cards could be better. This hand's definitely worse, but yeah, there's been multiple times today where the 5-card hand is just much better than the first 2 ones. Like, no contest, way better. So putting back, I could put back these 2 creatures on the right if I wanted. And then hope that it's a matchup where I can just Green Sun directly for prime time. No, I think you should definitely keep the Reclaimer. Alright, let's put Map and Ballista back. Yeah, in case there's something that's like Hogak, for example. Yeah, luckily we have like Green Sun to potentially at least get like a Reclaimer through a Chalice if they did that. It's like Bomberman. kind of what this looks like. Echo. I might end up Bojuka Bogging. I feel like they would have LED'd last turn if they had it. I would like to go search up a Karakas though, if I'm able to. Just like turn them off this. Yeah, I want Karakas here. Yeah, keep the Reclaimer up again. Should just get rid of this the stage. Actually, should have done that last time. Just because this their own Karakas. With that out there, I'm not gonna go for Dark Depths. LED, Lotus Petal, Sigh. I just want to clear this out right here. I don't know if I'm like dirtling too much by doing this. I'd rather not let them have like an LED. Okay. That's our Reclaimer. Yeah. They could play their Bomberman guy and then LED infinite combo here. Okay. as scary as I thought it was going to be. Just slam prime time. I'm just going to get Glacial Chasm here to be super safe in case they combo off next turn. Also Eye of Ugin. Yeah, they are at 12. That's funny. I would lose to the Bomberman combo here, though, so I think I'd rather just play it safe with this Chasm. I have enough to Karn plus Lattice, too. I'm sure. Echo of Aeons. If I had a Glimmerpost, I could attempt to swing with Prime Time and have the ability to cast Emrakul, but I can't do that now. Now we're still not at Emrakul mana, even if we ditch the Chasm. I think if I have enough mana to get Ballista next turn. 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's a 2-2 then. It still might be worth getting Ballista though, and taking them off the ability to Tomb. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of this Chasm. If we draw like a Glimmerpost, then we can Emrakul. Yeah. I haven't played against this blue-white version. I've only played against like the mono-blue one. But I think the same principles apply. The forces and the Mindbreak Trap seem good. should get better for us after sideboarding too. I'm gonna try this. I was thinking against, like, at least against the blue Urza deck, that post-board I would most likely want to mull down to either this or the Force of Vigor. Each of those two hate cards are, depending on what the opponent does, they could be good answers. But there's spots where, like, each of them might be bad as well. No, it looks like Trap's not going to be super good here. But this hand did have like a turn 1 Reclaimer, which is never a bad thing. I think I probably want the Bog here. I get a chance to sweep a graveyard next turn. Yeah. Might have been actually bad to get the Bog too, because I might want to do that at instant speed. Oh, Mentor. That would have been a reason to bring Tabernacle. This Bog seems really bad now. Urza, maybe? If it's not Karn either. Shit. At least they don't have too much mana to work with yet. Lion's Eye Diamond. It's the second spell here. If they pass here, I think I want to force the... kill this LED. Yeah, I was thinking that if I can get to the 4 mana, just hit anything I want. But their plan next turn most likely involves this LED. I kind of want to just get it here right now. Yeah, they have 2 lands to work with, so I think that's fine. Kind of sucks getting rid of the green sun there. But okay. I could swing at Karn. If they don't block, I can crop rot for fetch land. Would they toss a monk token to that? Probably. I don't want to see what they'll do. Because I'm not really close to, like, searching up anything in particular just yet. Like, for my land drop, I'll probably play, like, Maze of Ith. Oh, I could also play the Maze of Ith and bring back my own Reclaimer, too. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's see if they block this here. Because if at all possible, I'd like to try and get Karn off the board. I guess post damage I can untap my Reclaimer too, if they do block with one of these monks. So I guess I'll at least like remove a monk by taking advantage of this Maze of Ith rule. I can't pitch the Force with green cards if Lattice is in play. You have to actually have 4 like real mana tapped out. Yeah, it's kind of funky, and Lattice is involved. Hey, how's it going, Matt? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing alright. I hope they soon get this Mentor, so I can block it and kill it. Had some good streams, some kind of recently. Yes. Okay. I guess I'll get rid of the forest. Yeah, I might as well just get something that I'm gonna kind of want to keep the Maze of Ith around to do the thing that I did last turn. Nice, getting actual work done. I was thinking if they Force of Willed that crop rotation, we'd have gotten blown out there. It's okay. Let's see what they coding, probably. Okay. Oh yeah, they should have done something like that. I can try and pick off my lands here. I guess they will pick off a land at least. Yeah, I'm gonna, whatever land they target, I'll pitch my Reclaimer. Or sack it to Reclaimer, excuse me. Echo. Are they targeting? Just nothing? Yeah, it would show otherwise. Alright, I'm going to keep the maze around just to be able to attack and use Reclaimer defensively. But I want Karakas also to bounce this. And I'll probably play Bojuka Bog next turn, just clear out all this. Copy maze. And it's... Now, I can only get one attacks, as many activations as I have attacks, though, right? No, yeah, I could copy maze, keep the stage around, and get rid of the original maze. Yeah, you're right. I think that's probably the best use of this here. And then the stage will be useful later. Nice. See, Matt, you know this deck better. Help me out with this stuff. It's crazy lines like that. Those little things. Yeah, chat definitely helps me at times. It's definitely true. They should tap the maze here. Okay. Oh, what's up, Lynn Chalice? I'm doing alright. Are you in the, this thing here? Nice, triple cheap. I'm gonna go too slowly here. Yeah, stage just like offers so many like different lines, little tricks. Damage. Target land? The fuck? It's... I think I clicked like the other part of the card. Karn's going to get something. Ensnaring Bridge. That's fine. This is looking good. Nice job, Reaple Cheap, though. That's good. Alright, just get Eye of Ugin here. So we're towards winning. Yeah, the mana's going to be a little bit off here. I mean, I could get rid of the Karakas and just go get Ulamog next turn. Yeah, I think I probably should. Let's see what they do with this. I feel like they should try and kill my Eye of Ugin. Be the best. Well, I guess I could just copy it with... No, just shut up and see what they do. Lattice. Okay. Alright, I think I'm just gonna get Ulamog, even if I have to lose my Karakas. And just clear this stuff out. Oh, it can. I could just clear Karn that way. Do I want to get rid of this Karakas, though? I might still just want to get Ulamog anyway, and just plow through all this crap. I don't know if it's reckless or not, but... And if I draw a Locust land next turn, I can just Emrakul and be done with it. It's okay. Well, I guess I can't get the Emrakul, considering that there. I really like these Mindbreak Traps. Karn's Bridge. Forest pitching Emery. Okay. You like taking the land? Oh yeah. Well, they forced there, so they would have been under 3 cards then. They had 2 cards in hand at that point. So hopefully I didn't like fuck this up here. Yeah, if he forced before I got to attack, then he was able to dump his lands that way. Or his card in hand. Oh, attack first and then do Ulamog stuff post. Yeah, you're right. You guys are right. I'm stupid. It's done now, though. Yeah, I was more concerned about my clock at that point. So yeah, attack under the bridge, hit Karn. Oh, then kill the bridge. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Got you guys. Yeah, chat definitely helps me a lot. Thank you, chat. That was a good idea too, Matt, to keep the stage around. Stage just becoming, like, whatever the best thing is at the moment. I feel like that blue-white one doesn't feel as bad as, like, the mono-blue list for Thurza. Definitely reminded me more of, like, the old mono-white Bomberman deck. Which I don't know what happened with that deck. Just kind of, like, dropped off the face of the planet. Alright, turning this league around so far, this challenge. It's cool to see it play against a deck that was not blue-green, non-Oko. That was exciting. Yeah, you're probably right. How did Mentor become not great, though? I was wondering if you were going to make it, Elf Kid. I'm pretty iffy on getting to these. Because I was thinking, like, Mentor's probably, like, just creating its own army on its own. Helps you go wide on its own if you just, like, dump your hand or, like, your spells the turn you play it. Which would probably be a good answer to, like, Oko. But I remember people talking before saying that Mentor is actually a pretty bad threat against Oko. I forget the reason why exactly. And yeah, Chalice has just like steadily gotten worse over time. It's not just fringe anymore. People are like more prepared for it. Plus there's just like Abrades and Okos and other non-one mana spells. Nice, Elf Kid. Some holiday gameplay. I'm gonna take a hiatus for a couple weeks pretty soon for like the holidays. And then hopefully the next time you'll see me stream. I might stream next weekend still. I'm not sure when I'll like stop this, but hopefully by the next time you see me streaming I'll have like the new computer set up and everything will be all nice. Yeah, Doomsday looks like intense, but it looks really fun to try and learn though. Future Elk, yeah. Also, like, Stompy decks used to be just a lot more fringe in general. So I feel like you would get people with, like, Chalice a lot better. But, like, over time, like, Eldrazi, Mono Red Stompy. As those decks became more mainstream, I feel like the metagame just kind of shifted to handle them better. God. No, I don't want to... I guess I could get my practice against that deck, but... I hate playing against Doomsday. At least I'm not playing Mikokuro anymore. That'd be dangerous. It's funny because Mikokuro never killed a Doomsday player like a single time, like even one game with it. But even though it showed up in lists, I think, like, Doomsday opponents would still leave a card in their deck. So that was just a kind of like experiment that I thought was funny. I mean, obviously other pilots are well aware of everything surrounding their deck. I was amused by it though. Yeah, Mindbreak Trap is not that great. Cephalid Coliseum, that's awesome. Just wait for them to be at like less than 3 cards in library, and then just make them draw then, or like in response to like a cycle with 3 cards left. Seems even like, yeah, I could even adopt that. I played that Ipnu Rivulet card once in the sideboard. I did win a single game against Doomsday with that, but still lost the match. Ooh, Hulberture Post. Force a draw for yourself, and also get like a gold token or treasure or whatever. But yeah, Doomsday looks complicated to me, but it looks fun to try and learn. Just considering trying to learn that deck and maybe try and next level people on one of these next like showcase events. Obviously wouldn't stream that, but definitely fool at least some person. So playing elves on Moto, did you have to like train yourself to get really quick at all the clicks and everything? Because that's the thing that worries me most about that deck. Hey, what's up, Jacob? How's your Sunday going? I'm 2-1 in this challenge right now, out of just 7 rounds. I'm gonna start this 4th round in about 10 minutes. So yeah, I'm doing a podcast tonight with some of my friends. I'm going to talk some Legacy. I also started writing a primer for the 12 post deck, so hopefully I can just get that finished and posted tomorrow. I'm meaning to put some written content out there about this deck. I think people will find it useful if they want to like learn to play the deck or at least start thinking about playing it. So yeah, I hope be on the lookout for that. Running the same list as the last couple weekends. LA Shantaro, thanks for the follow. Doomsday and Dredge. Yeah, I don't know how like combo decks line up against each other. Like Dredge can go super fast with some really good hands. But I guess like Doomsday can too, so I have no idea. All I know is that 12 post can beat Dredge, but not Doomsday. Elf Kid doesn't, I feel like Mindbreak Traps could hit something out of Doomsday, right? Like sometimes they'll play multiple spells within a single turn. Like usually once the pile is made, they can definitely like avoid playing a third spell at that point. But I think I've seen starts before where they're like Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Doomsday. Yeah, not super good. There's something though. They're better than like pretty much everything else in the deck. I think against Doomsday, the most optimistic plan is just to try and deal as much damage as fast as possible. Obviously, we're not good at doing that, but it's the plan at least. Try and play off their having to use their life total. I'm glad we're in a different bracket than Curse Stompy. That matchup already isn't that great, but 4 opposition agents. It seems like nightmarish. I saw Archon was an Undredge yesterday on a different kind of deck. Alright, I'll be back, everyone. The next round should start in like 5 minutes or so. Hey, Mr. Lee. Yeah, I was just taking care of some business. Waiting for this next round to start. I'm most happy to see that the next round is about to begin. The waiting's over. Hey, so anybody that keeps up with the mono blue Urza deck, do you know how many Hull Breachers you're supposed to run in the deck now? Like, do you just replace the 2 Sighs with 2 Hull Breachers? I mean, I like this deck too, but I follow on this deck. I don't lead. 4, that's... What would you, did you replace some Narsets, white faces? Narset finds the pieces, though. SP. Do you run 4 Breachers also? I mean, I guess the Hull Breachers are easier on the mana. And you can also, like, surprise them with that, but... This deck is so proactive, like, I feel like the surprise element's not super great. Interesting. Nice. Thanks, guys. Yeah, Narset's definitely, like, in the face of pressure, it's just like you get, like, a single look with it. With her. Like, Hull Breacher being a creature, it seems like, in a way, it's easier to keep alive. Like, I saw the MTG Goldfish article, the Urza deck that they listed just replaced 2 Sighs with 2 Narsets, or 2 Hull Breachers. And the treasures. Yeah, I was thinking the treasures are like the combination with Urza. I'm going to try this. Right. This hand is kind of close, but I don't know, I feel like it's not bad enough to ship, though. Interesting. Yeah, maybe like, because I was thinking like Sighs with together with Urza. If you get both of them, you're just you can go nuts with the mana. But maybe it's like a little bit 2 win more. And Hull Breacher kind of accomplishes the same thing with the treasures. But yeah, definitely like what you're saying, like with Delver and all. I'd rather have Breachers. Don't you love the feeling of Narset when you're like digging for like your LED, for example, and like you just happen to hit like the piece you're missing? I mean, I haven't played the deck all that much, but I feel like the Urza spins or the Narset spins were one of the fun things about it. Hull Breacher is expensive, right? That can't be right. I feel like these bots aren't like sometimes updated for the newer cards and newer sets. Need to land off this. It's like the worst possible land, though. Thanks, Orb. Wait, is it really that cheap? Yeah, there's no way it's like half a tick. Stupid Moto economy. What's Allosaurus Shepherd? Nah, I shouldn't waste time with this. Might need to focus on the game. Is that the thing that searched up there? It probably did. Yeah, it was like that plane shift, destroy an artifact or enchantment, right? I'm glad Hull Breacher got played. Ended up getting played more than Opposition Agent did. Good decks wanted to screw over other good decks rather than post decks like me. This should be good for us here. Although I haven't played against Reclaimer Elves in a while. Fucking hate drawing Chasm. I'm just gonna play it this turn though. Tabernacle's in the sideboard, unfortunately. Take the stage here. I just want to play this safe here. I swear, the Chasm always ends up in hand against, like, Elves, against Infect. There was, like, a Dredge match before where, like, the Chasm and all the Vesuvas ended up in hand. So I couldn't reuse Bogs that way. I forget who said it, but somebody said that Reclaimer Elves has ran Wasteland in the past. Pray that that is not true. I don't really know what they would Wasteland in particular. The Cradle is like an answer to Tabernacle. Unless they are that sick of Glacial Chasm from us. Yeah, I'm not sure what these lists are up to these days. Cradle probably. Yeah, I typically thought the Shepherd Elves list, for the most part, replaced these Reclaimer ones. Does Newton, is he on the Reclaimer list still? I specifically remember him being on, yeah, like the Reclaimer Elves way back. No, Tabernacle won't be happening this game. Next game is very likely, though. Yeah, I'll play Glimmerpost just to have something to... I think it's safer to stage. A couple extra layers of defense in case they do have like a Wasteland. And I'll probably just plan to Ulamog next turn. Get rid of this Cradle. Yeah, I saw like one list I saw of elves was running the Regal Force as like one of the big targets. That was like an old elves inclusion, like back in the day. I feel like a single copy or 2 copies of Craterhoof is the most likely thing these days. I should have just made it Dark Depths, whatever. Oops. Not that this is all that important, but I feel like definitely like game 2, this would have been needlessly like risky. Should have gotten the Reclaimer too. Let's get Eye of Ugin, I guess. Like I said, I don't think it's important, but it's not correct to do it this way. I guess this way, since I'm done with like actions now, I can just F6. That's a positive. Could, what if they had Shaman of the Pact? Am I just being super paranoid? Like, too paranoid? Probably. Let's play around it, though. Alright, now just win next turn. Should have done it in a way to swing with the Ulamog first, and just see more. Alright, this... Yeah, that was my biggest punt there. I feel the worst about not being able to see it. It's the same thing with surgical. Sometimes you have to like strategically time it to get a look, get a peek. I remember Mindbreak Trap last time against Elves wasn't superb, but I don't know, I still feel like I should bring them all in. I've ran Veil of Summer in the past. If we can get our land set up to... If we have enough lands to keep the Chasm going, we can also get ourselves to the point where we can like protect Chasm further with like Thespian stages and active Reclaimers. But yeah, I agree. The Veil of Summer would be a good defense in this matchup. I should keep like an Ulamog probably, just as a catch-all. I don't know, it feels like the traps should come in. Map, I guess. We only saw 2 basic forests last game, too. So maybe they're like a budget list or something. Budget isn't having cradles, but not like bayous. If you find the green source, I'd be kind of okay with this, honestly. They mulligan to 5. Yeah, I think I can risk this. I feel like I'll put back the Pithing Needle. Either that or the Ulamog. Yeah, let's put Ulamog back. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Questing Beast would probably be the best inclusion if they got sick of Chasm. I feel like we're the official Glacial Chasm deck these days. Like, I did see this in a lands list the other day. Just kind of surprised by. So I thought that deck had like dropped this card a long time ago. But any deck that has Reclaimers and Thespian stage, if they wanted it, they could definitely make good use of Glacial Chasm. Ult to 5, okay. Alright, no, I'm going to play Glimmerpost turn 1, and then probably Chasm turn 2. That's a good draw. Yeah, this should be fine then. Assuming we make it through this next turn. With 3 cards in their hand. But I'm pretty sure I can just be super safe about this. God, it feels like such a waste to play Chasm next turn if I choose to do that. Like, I think that's a safe play to make. We'll see what they do, though. Just say Symbiote with this. Or no, let's just say Wasteland, in case they are running that. If that's their, like, secret tech. Alright, I hope we don't die here. Well, typically I'll name Quirion Ranger or Symbiote. But Needle's not super important against Elves anyway. It's just like a little bit of disruption. That might keep me around long enough. The question is, can I go 2 more turns? I don't know, I feel like I should play Chasm here. It's just the safe play. This Mindbreak Trap will be some insurance. And then in a couple turns I'll be able to Crop Rot away the Chasm. And then replay it from the graveyard via this Excavator. Oh, I know what I probably should have named. I feel like I should have named Scavenging Ooze with this Needle. Abrupt Decay. There's the black. Seems very likely that they do have Trophy. Right. I don't even have to expose this right now. Yeah, I'll just play this out this next turn. Yeah, kind of being... Yeah, that would probably have been smarter. Yeah, I shouldn't have put the shields down this turn. In order to do that, I'm just not going to pay this here. I know it's like not getting the most out of this crop rotations, but this will let me hold up crop rotation for defense. Alright, let's say Scavenging Ooze now, this one. I should search up Tabernacle too, like at this point. That would just take them off their mana. Just try and prevent them from just casting the trophy. Might choose to do that this next turn. Yeah, only Chasm that early just because I had it in hand. And I got paranoid with it sitting there. Alright, so next turn I think I'll pay the 2, play a second Forest, and then also Crop Rot for Tabernacle. That way I can hold up the second Crop Rot to protect the Chasm. I could have maybe done that too. I was initially thinking like I didn't want to pay the Excavator's cost with the Tabernacle. Yeah. But I feel like it probably am. You're probably right. Because I guess I'm... Yeah, in order to make use of this mana, I might as well play this map. I feel like this map being in hand like kind of justifies the line I ended up making, but whatever. Sorry, Orim or whoever it was that was complaining about Tabernacle triggers. This is the routine though against elves. Yeah, this would definitely be like a decent spot for exploration here. Yeah, I know elves of players in the past. Like one of them's been timed out by a Tabernacle. I mean, they were already like double queuing too, but Tabernacle just like sealed the deal. Yeah, I did name Abandoned Hope at some point, like the other day. Yeah, this is game 2. Yeah, I started out playing very conservatively, playing that Chasm out. And I maybe could have afforded to not do that. My mana, excuse me, is going to kind of suck this next turn. But I think I want to keep my Forest up next turn to be able to Crop Rot. I guess I'll just play a Cloudpost from the grave. Go to 3. End of the next turn, I'll Crop Rot away Chasm. And then when I crop out this Chasm, I'll go get a Thespian Sage. Then next turn I'll replay Chasm from the graveyard, and that way I can protect the Chasm that way. Just think, if they didn't have this Karakas here, we could have just went for a Dark Depths. I'm just going the normal pathway, just ramping via Eye of Ugin. That's the safest way. Stage. I should have crop routed the Tabernacle too. God damn it. Oh well. I suppose I could sack the Chasm, replay it next turn, sacking the Tabernacle then. Just thinking these next few turns, I might have exactly enough mana to end up casting Emrakul. But in order to get that to that point, I need to not pay this guy's Tabernacle cost. Auto yield? I should probably. I'm pretty confident I can just one at a time everything and be safe about it. I feel like I'll just get screwed over if I try and shortcut it. Yes. No. I should have just did this last time, or like the previous turn. Yeah, I think this is the safest though. Oh yeah, I'll be good with the time. I just have to pull through this game too. Hey, how's it going, Leviathan? I saw you were in the challenge. How's this challenge going for you? Yes. I played against a weird Sultai mid-range deck too. Oh, Leviathan. I hope he's playing the Uge. Oh, Glimpse of Nature. Shit. I'm probably just going to save the Mindbreak Trap for the key spell. Just going to be like a trophy. I might have lost though by just like taking that extra turn. This is fine at this point. I have like trying to trophy me here. Well, they have their own Karakas, for one thing. And if I can't get to my own Karakas, I was thinking just do the last bit of damage with the Ballista that's in the list. If they end up at like 2. I'll get this search up for 2. Is this something I need to worry about? I think I still save for... Oh, this is Scoos, huh? I gotta kit this now, I think. I say that because I need that Glimmerpost in the graveyard, actually. I think this is Scoos. Alright, and I can always use the stage to protect the chasm, too. Yeah. I need that one Glimmerpost. I definitely need that. Oh yeah, Scoot. Yeah, that was stupid. Oh. Well, there was a lot that wasn't perfect this game. Alright, attack with this. See if they bounce it first. With Karakas. It's fine. And Emrakul again. PT. I don't know. Alright, let me just make sure this last little damage gets through. And then I'll just Ballista them the rest of the way. Oh, that stopping the green sun for 2 also would have been good for stopping a potential collector oof, which would have taken me off of this this Ballista plan. Yeah, I could probably maybe maximize the mana by getting a prime time here rather than... let's not waste too much time though. Just walking... Oh, prime time? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't do the math. Could probably get more mana by playing a forest rather than that Cloudpost there, but... yeah, whatever. I took an extra turn that game that I didn't need to. at one point losing playing the Chasm. Should have just sacked the Tabernacle rather than like the Forest. I lost to this like Sultai like bug mid-range deck round 1. It was like yeah, just like bug good stuff. Yeah, that's just so frustrating. For like Hogak opponents too, and like Dredge. You can still play the deck without Tabernacle. But I would always include it in the sideboard if you have like access to one. It's just too powerful of an effect to be on the land to not one in the deck. In a deck that like can search up lands. Like a pretty stupid effect. But if you do decide to build the second paper, it's the single reserved list card. I don't know how like one Tabernacle compares to like the dual land costs of like most other decks. But I would think that this card is probably cheaper than like 3 Volcanics and 3 Tropical Islands and stuff like that. But yeah, don't let like this card being in here like stop you from like playing the deck though. And it's not the most vital card for the deck. Hello, Penman. I mean, like, do people trying to play like lands on a budget, do they have a replacement for Tabernacle? I don't think so. Yeah, thanks, Sisterly. I mean, just find your land's friend that owns one of these to like lend you it. Ugh, Magus. I hated that cycle of cards. The ones that they stuck a land on a creature. Like, just the fact that this is a land is ridiculous. Yeah, I guess lands plays to their mana denial plan. Like, this helps them. I mean, we use it to a similar effect. You play this when your opponent is pressuring with creatures and just forcing them to choose between keeping their creatures in play or playing an impactful spell. But yeah, you don't like need this card to be able to play the deck. I love it against like Death and Taxes, and it's just like generally handy against Delver. Almost like any fair deck that's like has some sort of like creature or element or like a mana denial plan of its own. Like especially fighting against like goblins and decks that play like Rashad and Port. This will like tie up their mana so they can't port you to give you like a window to play like important spells. But yeah, usually want to get this down before say a D&T opponent could play like a Cataclysm, or before I don't know, like Ninjas plays Back to Basics. Delver's been difficult. It's a matchup I'm working on, trying to improve or trying to figure something out. In the past, like Delver, I would say Delver matchups were like used to be like the closest thing to an even matchup for this Post deck. I mean, Delver's a lot different back then, so is Post, but Delver did definitely not seem as difficult as it does right now. I mostly blame Oko for that. Because you used to be able to just automatically throw your needles at Wasteland. And for the most part, that would just protect your mana development plan. You'd have to compete against like creatures that were attacking you, but at least you had like your mana pretty safe. But yeah, if we play against Delver one of these next rounds, I can show what my potential sideboarding plan is against them, I think I want to just cut Reclaimers entirely. Like, I have so little faith in Reclaimer surviving, like, even a single turn. And especially online, like, people know, like, the good Delver opponents we play against, they know against Interplay to keep, like, a Bolt. And so, like, rather than, like, keeping a couple Reclaimers in and cutting, like, a map or crop rotation or something like that, I think I'd rather just keep all of these in and just, like, have more powerful spells, more powerful things on their own, rather than having to rely on these Reclaimers to do something. Yeah, and Reclaimer, like, in general in this deck, the longer the game goes, it kind of loses value. It just gets easier and easier to answer. But even, like, Delver is able to pretty quickly answer it within, like, the first couple turns. That was, like, one of my initial fears of Reclaimer before I started playing it in this list. Just, like, a small creature that we were trying to rely on to keep alive. It's like, oh, if decks that have creature removal, he seems terrible. And, like, that's definitely, Delver's definitely a matchup where that's true. I mean, the card is still amazing, just for other matchups. But Delver brings out the worst in Reclaimer, for sure. Trying to turn this league around, this challenge. We lost the worst round to lose, the first one, but... Crispy Kyle 64, thank you. Nah, Reclaimer's a main deck card, through and through. Thank you, Marcus Walt. Oh, like the last game, bringing a couple in. Maybe. I bet they don't board bolts out against us, though. Like, I would have to look at a Delver list, but I imagine Bolt's probably better than a lot of other cards they could potentially keep against us. Let's do a Sultai. It's like Bug, Snoko deck. It was like a weird list. It had like Wastelands and Days, so I don't know exactly what you call it. Not really any good answer cards to creatures, unfortunately. Being mono green, don't have a lot of good ways to answer creatures. I've just been like basically hoping we don't play against it. Yeah, it's mostly been the case. I haven't hardly seen it. It shows up in like Esper Vial every once in a while. But yeah, I don't think I need to go play those kind of removal spells. Like, even if you're afraid of it, you can like sequence your plays and like what you do to try and play around it. Like, tempt them to throw it out there if they're like holding it back with like a green sun, and then once they go to play it in response to your green sun, then you respond and like sack your map, stuff like that. Yeah, I could see. I would probably splash black if I was going to splash a color. Mostly for like Abrupt Decay. But I don't think I need to go that far yet. I've been, I was playing this other show and tell list off stream. Or on my own. It's blue and green. Blue is pretty much only for show and tell. And I know there was a user that 5 node with a show and tell list. So I kind of took after that list. But I don't think it's worth it having a second color at the moment. You're just like destabilizing your mana base. Like, all the basic forests, it seems like it could, like, just easily be something better, but I don't know, there's a lot to be said about, like, the stability of having that many basic lands, and just your first land play being a basic forest, and just knowing they can't fuck with it. Yeah, people that have played blue-green lists recently, they say the Brainstorm's not worth it, which sounds crazy, but I think it's definitely right. Like, green has like a lot better filtering cards than the old blue-green lists used to, and like these don't really play all that well together with like the show and tells. Eureka. I think it's the 2 green is asking too much. Like, if we were easy on like the colored cards, we could easily have access to 2 colors. Like, Once Upon a Time, like, basically fixes the colors of this blue-green list just like the way it does for our mono-green list. So I wouldn't be too worried about like getting the colors right. Like, I would rather play like a show and tell with 1 blue in the cost than like Eureka with 2 green. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it, like, having to play like tropicals and your colored source lands being able to be wastelanded. Also the life loss from like the fetches. So many like dark depths running around now. It's, you want to do like everything you can to not take that damage. I mean, I love show and tell and like blue-green with post. And maybe at some point, like, I'll do a league just messing around with something like this. But yeah, I don't think the time is it. It's not the time for show and tell anymore. I'm gonna restart Moto real quick. Oh, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the stream. So be on the lookout for my Twitter channel. I'm going to record a podcast with some of my friends here. Podcast about Legacy in general. I'm going to talk about this deck a bit. And then I've also started writing like a primer for the 12 post deck that, if I don't get lazy, I can probably just get it done and like put it up there tomorrow. Yeah, I've been wanting to like write some stuff about the deck, so yeah, if you're interested, definitely keep an eye out on that. Yeah, I've been waiting to write like some guides for the list. After the last couple weeks, like the good finishes, and also just like the way the list feels, like I feel like we're sideboarding. Like our sideboard plans are pretty solid at the moment. I'm gonna call this like my stock list, the 4 Mindbreak Traps. Yeah, I definitely considered Candelabra. I definitely miss it at times, but I don't think it's necessary. Stupid Tabernacle. Plus, like, just the way I like choose to build the list. Like, I'm a fan of like full play sets of cards, or at least like these basic effects. Like, just yeah, I don't think I'd want to like get to a point where I'm running like 2 maps, 2 candles and stuff. I would run Chasm before Bog if I had to cut one of them. But you definitely shouldn't cut either of them. Keep Chasm. Not, yeah, Chasm's like probably the second most important land in the deck. Most important is Eye of Ugin. Just, giving you a place to go with all the mana that you're developing over the course of a game. And this is such a crazy card. It's essentially like a win condition in a land. I can't believe like Tron in Modern used to have this card. Like, that sounds crazy to me. I mean, you can like build the list however you want. Like, you don't need my permission or anything like that. Just like play the deck how you want it to be. Yeah, and they're definitely pretty good against yeah, like any kind of hate that's like tapping you down. Like, yeah, ports, back to basics, winter orb. Wasn't it like super broken in Modern when they made the little Eldrazi's? Yeah. It was like a soul land that would give you like 6 mana or something. I think it's like ironic that it was little Eldrazi's that made this card broken. They were famous for being gigantic, but it was the little ones. I still think those the cheap Eldrazi are pretty ridiculous cards. Especially Thought-Knot Seer. Like, a 4/4 for 4 mana. Like, that alone is just super good. But you also get a duress on it. A permanent duress. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Eye of Ugin was designed for the big things in mind. Not cutting a card down to like 0. Even like among these gigantic cards though, you can kind of just tell like the way the mana ends up like working out with Eye. Like 15 mana Emrakul, when you have Eye of Ugin, like the whole thing is 20 mana, 7 to search this, 13 to cast. And it just seems like they put a lot of thought into like even these kind of cards. I like it. I like the design of the card as referring to this hand. I don't know. If I can find a forest, I think I'll try this. And then I can use the crop rotations to protect the Cloudposts. The magic number is 20. Like, if this ends up being Snoko, this hand is amazing. Oh, Hogak, you got this, Leviathan. I wish I was playing against Hogak. If you don't have 20 mana yet, another important level of mana is 15. With 15, you can search up either Ulamog or Kozilek and cast them. I feel like this opponent's usually on Delver. I'll try it still, though. Alright, I want this to resolve, so just fire it now. Forest. Oh yeah, Death Shadow, that's right. Yeah, I played against this opponent in like a league earlier. Give them the information, like, oh, in response to their very first play. Yeah, maybe it'd been better to hide that. If they had a turn 1 Delver, though, they were probably just gonna Delver immediately. Like, the way this played out, I feel like it would have ended up the same. I just really wanted to find that forest, though. I kind of like Reclaimer against this kind of Delver deck more than like the red ones, obviously. Can I afford to like take a turn off though? I could play the Reclaimer and just play Depths as my land. Yeah, I think Reclaimers be super helpful if it can stick. I could have also just played a Cloudpost and took the chance that I can dodge Wasteland. Snuff out. Guess the principle is the same. Just kill Reclaimer immediately. This might be a game where we just daze. It's annoying. I was gonna say go for a Dark Depths kill. Which art? That's the old one. Old foil too. Do you know that foil cards on Modo are like usually cheaper than the actual ones? I guess I shouldn't say usually. Like some card I saw, I don't remember what it was exactly. It's cheaper. Alright, I hope they... I'm gonna attempt a stage here. So I feel like I'm gonna lose anyway. Damn it, opponents. Yellow tint, seriously? Even like 2 dazes right here be pretty disruptive for me. Oh man, I wish I had Tabernacle now in the main deck. Yeah, I guess just stage and threaten that next turn. I'm at least gonna cast the other map too. No, this is their turn. What am I thinking? Let's see. Go to 4. Could draw like Glimmerpost. And still potentially make the thing. Otherwise I could get Glacial Chasm. I think I have to get Chasm here. What am I sacking to Chasm? I think we're all in on the steps at this point. Like, any possible victory is going to come through that if we do. Yeah, let's just get rid of the Glimmer here. Get one more turn. Maybe we draw like a Walking Ballista or something. Could upkeep Chasm also. Whatever. Let's do this right now. I'm not convinced Tabernacle should be main deck. Like, in this one particular spot, it would have been good, but I don't think that's a reason to. Yeah, you're probably right. And then just hope to draw. Yeah, I guess Ballista probably be the best draw there. Yeah, just this stuff then. That second daze though. Could play around 1 daze, but not 2. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I feel like the last time I played against Death Shadow, there was some reason to keep Rex Sage in. Maybe it was like back to basics. I don't think Bojuka Bog's going to be worth it. Like, the window where bogging and preventing Angler happening is probably pretty small. Yeah, I just don't see myself like searching up Bog. I guess if I'm cutting all the maps anyway. Oh, why did I say other once upon a time? That's stupid. No chance of back to basics. But yeah, Winter Orb, like you guys were saying. It's just a good idea to have like a catch-all. Maybe like Damping Sphere or something. Okay, let's look it over real quick. I suppose Dark Depths is probably just worth keeping around. Maybe just try another Hail Mary shot in the dark. I was wondering that against like Rug Delver too, just like a sideboard plan and trying to figure out. It usually comes down to deciding whether I want to side out Dark Depths or Rex Sage. I could see reasons for either. That was a fast game, just using my time here, catch my breath. That's my thoughts on sideboarding. Yeah, I think I like Rex Sage in this matchup, just in case they're running some like random piece of hate. But if I knew they weren't running that, then I think I'd just rather keep the Bog in. I think this is a fine 6 if we find the forest. counter this, next turn, like, play a Delver, we could try and play into Daze. And then get in with Tabernacle. Force, pitching Brainstorm. Ooh. If they go too low, we just kill them out of nowhere. This really sucks as a land, but might be worth crop rotting away. The matchups. Lost to a like Sultai Snowco Wasteland deck, and then beat Pokepile, Elves, and the blue-white Bomberman deck. And then round 5 here, we're up against Death Shadow. Just do not shuffle. Yeah, it's been fun so far. Opponent and their snuff outs. Might run like Drown in the Lock too as a creature removal, maybe Fatal Push. Stupid Thoughtseize. Yeah, I've considered it. I just don't think it's worth the space in the deck, honestly. Like, I would always be okay just waiting an extra turn and holding it to go search up Reclaimer. I'm going to crop rot the Tabernacle. Should probably just do it now. I don't think we need to petition them. I think they'll make one eventually. Yeah, I feel like I should just go for this crop rot now. Tabernacle's not going to do much from this point. If this resolves, I get a Cloudpost. Say I draw like a Glimmerpost. Play a 4/4 Walking Ballista. Then they'd have to hold something back to block. This is all very wishful thinking probably, but... Force, switching Force. Alright. Ooh. That was the card I was hoping to draw. And if they could go back to the Mirrodin block, they could, and that's where the other ones have been released. Stupid Delver. No, I bet we'll get a third Locust land someday. I don't know the lore about that. I guess jumping this time. Maybe we draw Carpet next turn. that would allow us to play this prime time. I can pump this up too. Maybe they won't see it. Maybe they'll somehow pay too much life. No, there's no way. This is a good player. Probably go to 1 right here. Oh yeah, then it's dead now. Yeah, I fucked that up. Yeah. Well, if I draw a Carpet of Flowers, they'll be pissed, but whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty pissed. Yeah, it just, wasn't thinking with Death Shadows. For shame. Yeah, it's pretty, like, pretty miserable. So, there's like 3 types of meaningful disruption against post. Non-basic hate, which everybody knows, counterspells, and discard. And the more of those 3 that you have to face, like obviously the worse the matchup is. If you only have to deal with 1 of those, then the matchup is usually pretty good. But yeah, 3 of them is just like the worst. And like Death Shadow is one of the archetypes that has all of that. So yeah, it's always been a pretty rough one. But no, that was just a stupid misplay. Don't think of Death Shadow operates in a weird way. I was thinking if I could somehow just attack that last turn. Blast Zone would be good in that matchup for sure. Artifact in the gets you some green mana. Like a Signet or something. I don't know what the artifact options are for giving you like a specific color mana. But anyway, with Blast Zone, I've tried it a tiny bit, and I don't know, I guess I just never felt the need to have a removal spell like that in this deck. Like, you can usually, if things get too dicey, you usually just fall back on Glacial Chasm, and then just try and be proactive from there. Just advance your game-winning plan. But, yeah, Blast Zone just feels like it would take time. You would lose your own, like, 1-drops. And also just losing the land itself is kind of rough. But yeah, it's kind of like more just the fact that I never felt like I needed a removal like spell like that. Or to land in that case. But yeah, definitely in like some spots like that, it would be like super nice to have. Nice Leviathan. I would love to play against Hogak. And I feel like I could normally have the mana to cast. Like, Prime Time is usually being cast with Cavern of Souls that I'm searching up for the second green. Or its casting cost is like a green and 6 colorless. Every once in a while, you'll get a prime time clogging your hand without the second green, but I haven't felt like it's too much of a problem. Oh, nice. Trophy's the card I'd probably want to just get rid of when possible. It's one thing Candelabra of Tawnos does too. Just gives you more like colored sources with like less actually color producing lands. Sophia Fi, thank you for the follow. I don't know if this card is worth it, but I was thinking, is it Ristone Portal? The one that's in your graveyard and gives you colored mana that way. I mean, that would let you search up potentially, like, directly to get Locust lands, but also be able to make the mana you need to cast, like, the green spells. Like, you could potentially cast a Green Sun for 6. If you had like 2 untapped Cloudposts and a Glimmerpost then, with Portal in the graveyard. I mean, it seems pretty strong to be able to do all that with just like 3 lands. But it might not be worth it though either. And it also takes like quite a bit of setup to accomplish it. I should just buy that card online. I don't think I own it. Leviathan. I was playing against Hogak yesterday, and I thought this might happen at some point, but it might not ever, but it did. I ended up with Kozilek and Emrakul both in hand. Which, yeah, it's the place you don't want both of them ever to be. So they were able to mill me to death. And I think that's going to happen like once in 100 times, but it definitely happened at least once now. How have you liked the other Kozilek? Oh yeah, mill is a thing in Modern, huh? I could try like the other Titans, maybe in like some leagues. I don't know, I just like Butcher of Truth though. Just always like the same thing. Eats at their board. I think it's important. But it's nice having a shuffle trigger and like knowing stuff in your graveyard can come back. Like, yeah, like Ulamog and stuff. Like, I feel like I can probably play around like not needing the countering ability of the new Kozilek. But it's definitely worth like trying out. Like sometimes after you cast this guy, I feel like you need to try and catch up from a board that you've fallen behind on. And the Annihilator like helps you do that. But I could see like arguments for either Kozilek. I would play either Kozilek over Promised End too. Not a fan of new Emrakul. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna play a league match here. I feel like it's early enough. Try and put quickly too. That was fast. No, I'll keep a fetch land. Oh, Void Manure. That's an interesting one. I was thinking about that one too. There's like I think it's like Artisan of Kozilek. It's like a reanimation spell when you play it. I thought that one seemed pretty interesting too. I should play the Needle out here. I see this and I think D&T. Yeah, I don't think it's up to par with power level wise. It is a weird kind of like static ability though. Like a lock effect. Do you know that 0 mana cost cards, those are even? Yeah, let's try and play quickly. I guess we'll just Once Upon a Time here. But yeah, I think if you wanted an anti-combo Titan, like new Kozilek's probably just better. Like being able to actually like stop the spells. Yeah, I wanted this prime time. Just hope they tap out next turn. Get a window to play this prime time. I guess I'll probably be able to set it up in a couple turns anyway. They know. Yeah, and I was actually thinking, like, a lot of relevant cards are just odd casting costs. Like Show and Tell, for example. Come on, Glimmerpost. I don't think they'll do this, but maybe they'll tap one of the forests since they saw the prime time. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't kept up with like recent sets in a while. They're saying with like the green color, I mean, since flavor-wise the color is not going to have like much creature removal, that they're like trying to incorporate creature removal through like fighting with the creatures. And maybe if they like if there was like Hunt the Hunter, that card, that one like makes you target like an opposing green creature an opponent controls. Hopefully like someday they'll just print like a really good version of something like that. Maybe they'll make like a Veil of Summer kind of deal with that. You know. I'm just gonna get 2 Cloudposts here, and then I'll Crop Rot to get the Eye. Somebody mentioned this before, and I was thinking this earlier, based on like multiple spots, main deck, but I could see possibly main decking the Tabernacle. Like if you thought the metagame would call for it, it's not like a terrible idea. Alright, whenever they go to port, I'll just use that, and together with this Eye of Ugin that I'm going to go search up. Probably. Yeah, I miss like those kind of plays. Mostly it's because I knew this was going to happen. That was really like not correct. Whatever. How's it going, Wombo Combo? Congrats on last week, the showcase. It's pretty awesome. Just this. Oh, nice job with the vintage. Alright, my sound should be back, but this exact like sequence of things happened earlier. Probably just my shitty computer. So yeah, I'm in the middle of writing like a primer for this deck. I want to get out of there, like put it out tomorrow. I don't know if I'll get to the sideboard guide yet, but that's definitely in the cards too. It's definitely something I want to put out there as far as written material goes. Against Death and Taxes in particular, that matchup, it's a great matchup for us. It's mostly the Tabernacle is the most important card to bring in there. But yeah, the general like sideboarding guide, and people have like asked me for that. So yeah, definitely check my Twitter tomorrow. I hope to get the primer out. Should be good. Take that Ballista. Let me take a look at what Lumbering Falls is. Yeah, losing to misclicks is just the worst. I've had a few before myself. That sucks. I feel like it should give you more options, like for the lands. Like any of the lands like I play that have like 2 different options, like Thespian Stage, for example. If it bothers you, I'll turn the sounds down, honestly. I don't want to get rid of them completely, but I can turn them like way down. That's still really good, though. What format are you not good at, Wombo Combo? I feel like I see you in like most of the showcase top 8s. Yeah, limited, standard. I mean, if it like annoys people, like I don't mind making it better for you guys. Like I like hearing at least like a little bit of the sounds, just so I know like I clicked stuff. And it's just like reassuring for whatever reason to me. Popper. I didn't figure it out. I'm pretty sure not in top 8 contention, but I definitely play the last 2 rounds out at this point. I want to try and go like 1 more turn before I play this Ballista at least. Or I could play it now. Yeah, I already... Yeah, let's not do that. Let's play this out. Kind of exposed right here to Wasteland. Ports. Hope we get another green card here. Something like a prime time. I guess I'll just get a forest. That makes the most sense. Well, I can't cast the thing then. Yeah. Maybe Tabernacle here. Just to keep him off of Chasm next turn. It's the thing I would fear the most. That would at least like stop the ports too. Ooh. Yeah, let's just be greedy and try and go one more turn. The greed. The 2-for-1. I don't know, I was just thinking of being greedy, making a bigger one next turn. I was really hoping we draw another green card too. There we go. And this way I can activate Reclaimer. It was probably wrong, but I want to play this quickly here. I feel like we're probably okay anyways. Come on, pay for Revoker. That's good. Let's see if Thalia sticks around too. A combination of both things, Equinox. I think it, the deck is unique and it attacks the metagame in a way that like no other decks really do. But I do just like love the deck too. It's another Revoker, probably. Spirits, okay. But yeah, I think it is like better than a lot of people give it credit for. Alright, just I'm gonna try and finish this game here. Whatever's going to make them concede fastest is what I'd like to do. Whatever. Let's make him answer this Ballista, and I'll at least kill the Labyrinth this turn. This thing is actually, yeah, I feel fine about this particular game. But also, if you just enjoy like a good, like thorough, like game of Magic, this is a fun deck to learn. It's very rewarding. 2 more matches. Yeah, so I'll play first. No, I just double. Which I don't feel good about, by the way. Should get the concession. Let's... Sand kind of is boring, but it has action. I'll try it though. "15 flying squirrels." Emrakul, I guess, is dying. Let's wait a turn, see if we want to commit the needle to Oko or to Wasteland. Wasteland. Yeah, Wasteland it is. Now let's try and get Reclaimer out here. Actually, yeah, they're Delver. That's not going to work well. Let's just try and ramp the like Cloudposts. You like the Pokemoki list? That kind of seems like Delverless Delver to me. I feel like you could just like grind out advantage with and not need to just be like beating face with Delvers. But I might be completely wrong about that. I never played like these kind of decks. Yeah, it's I guess blue-red, they usually run more cantrips than Beyond the 4 Brainstorm for Ponder. I guess I never paid that close attention to the different lists. Oh, it's Rug. Okay. Probably still name Wasteland if this needle happens. Right? Yeah, there's like, I feel like there's like just not usually like standards anymore. No like stock versions of decks. I think I still want to name Wasteland just because I have no other defense here if I want to play this Cloudpost. Alright, now what do I want to do? Alright, let's just chance it. Usually it's Oko and Wasteland is the dilemma you get in with the needles. Like in a perfect world, I would just like to be able to safely name Wasteland all the time. But ever since this card, that's not a good plan. Yeah, it's one of the issues with this matchup. Alright, so I'm going to test out my other sideboard plan against Delver here this round. Yeah, I feel like I want to side out like the Reclaimers entirely. Like I can't do anything like right now as far as like the Reclaimers go. I was thinking of, yeah, saving this Green Sun to go get Excavator. Okay, so yeah, this is the thought with boarding. Definitely bring Tabernacle, definitely bring Carpets, and that's all I bring in. And if I want to cut the Reclaimers entirely, because I do think it's just like a dead card in the matchup, like, I have zero faith in Reclaimer here. Even like a single copy, I feel like they'll just be sandbagging a Bolt for when they can swing with Arcanist and get like double duty out of it. And then the last cut will be, if this plan ends up working, would be either a Dark Depths or the Rex Sage. And I could see arguments for either of those. Like, sometimes they'll play a random hate card like Damping Sphere or Winter Orb. Haven't seen Winter Orb in a while, but anyways. So that's the reason for this. Depths, I think, plays better with like the Crop Rots and Expedition maps that we're keeping in going this route. And maybe just like a last ditch like Desperation Dark Depths combo is worth keeping around too. Maybe keep a Reclaimer into basic swamps. But when would you choose to search it up though? This is like the question. Because I feel like with all their cantripping, they can easily find one of their like 6 to 7 bolts. And if we just like wait to play it out, they'll probably be like holding one in hand too. Now I feel like these opponents like know to just keep the bolts in against me. I don't know if it's like just my luck against Delver, but like I don't remember the last time a Reclaimer survived like a single turn against Delver. Like opponents are aware they should kill it immediately. That's true. For the sake of experimentation though, I'm going to cut them entirely and see if it bites me at some point. But Rex Sage or Depths, which of those two? Alright, I'm going to keep in Depths because there's more potential for a cool like last second kill. Yeah, Bolt has like at least like versatility. If there's no creatures to smack and just throw it at the opponent. They mulligan to 6. Oh yeah, another idea I should have mentioned too when I was boarding. I don't like to bring surgicals in against like decks like Delver, but you know, it's a consideration. Maybe I could get the bolts out, get the wastelands out. It's a thought. I don't really have like any answer to Dreadhorde at all. It's obviously terrible, but yeah, like I was saying before with the whole Pithing Needle dilemma, like Oko and Wasteland, if I was able to like control the board and at least like keep my mana base safe, I like honestly wouldn't care about the card advantage of Dreadhorde. Like you could definitely pull ahead of them, like board state wise. Let's play this right now. Yeah. Okay, we're close to this Kozilek. Oh yeah, Chalice decks struggle with the card too. Just thinking if I like decide to Wasteland here, or if they play a Wasteland, I guess I prefer to keep this up. The possibility of copying their Trop. Just do shuffle. Don't find the Wasteland. No Wasteland. I've played Whale in the past, Warping Whale. It's always like kind of useful, but it's never great. I'm not sure like that's the kind of card I want in the deck. Like as a counter spell for like sorceries, if you're expecting it to be like a combo hate like answer, it's really bad at that because most combo decks are prepared to be able to handle more counters than just like a Warping Whale. 4 forests. There's our green source we were looking for. What was I talking about though? Oh, Warping Whale, yeah. I mean, answering Dreadhorde would definitely be like the best quality of that. But that kind of a reactive spell, I feel like I think I could just like learn to not have to utilize one of those cards. I guess like Spatial Contortion's kind of a similar thing. Should not play a forest out until after I attack, so Kozilek doesn't get like submerged. Come on, Kozilek just wants to annihilate. Trying to... Can I get this up to +7? No way. Maybe if like Gush was legal in Legacy. They might do it here. Shit. If they bolt. Yeah, if they play land bolt here. Oh, bolt next turn. I gotcha. Maybe that was obvious from the Delver perspective, but I would have known. They got way closer than I expected them to, though. And Sprite Dragon. I just want to try this again. Just no Reclaimers. Yeah, I've loved 4 Carpet of Flowers. Gonna keep this for sure. Put back the Green Sun, I think. Yeah, because we have nothing to get with it for a while. Maybe the Depths too. Maybe it's just best keeping the Green Sun as like a future like Excavator, if nothing. That's the closest thing. Yeah, honestly, just like being another Primeval Titan is still like, at least with like what I'm trying to do in this particular matchup after boarding. Like maybe we draw another Carpet of Flowers. Never know. But I think I still want to put the Green Sun back though. Could attempt like a Dark Depths kill if the mana works out. And these carpets, they accelerate pretty well if you can get one down. Turn 1 Delver. I was fine playing into days. Like, they definitely don't always have days. Maybe I'm overvaluing, like, the number of cards they have in their hand being, affecting your ability to get a spell resolved, but I like just doing it then. But that might be incorrect. Fuck Ryanair. But where to, though? Where are these flights going to? They're gonna get some, like, sneaky fee in on you. It's, the Cascade needs you to cast it, though. I don't know if I want to fly on Ryanair at any point ever again. I mean, they didn't have days last time. Alright, yeah, make them have it again. I fear not this days. Wait a minute. So yeah, so this is the needle issue I was talking about. We have to kind of choose between Wasteland or Oko. Given this hand and the situation we're in, I feel like Oko's the better name here. I mean, I feel like that's going to overwhelm us with what we have here. And we don't have, like, spectacular lands really anyway. I mean, they did give us the option to name fetch land, but that never works out for me every time I can get that. Now I'm going to do Oko here. Yeah, Daze is down right now. Yeah, there was green last game. If anybody knows about Ryanair, they're super cheap flights. They're within Europe. But you have to do everything like exactly as they want it, or you get fucked on their special fees and all that shit. Yeah, we saw Oko. Yeah, their 100% is green in this deck. I'm still a ways away from this prime time. I think I just play out the mana at this point. And if we like happen to draw into enough to like Cavern of Souls. Yeah. Yeah, Blue-Red Delver did pretty well in one of the recent events. Like, it had a better win percentage than the Rug one. But I think Rug is, like, more commonly played, though. Chain Lightning. So I'm at 7. I've heard legends about this time of Splinter Twin and Birthing Pod. Some say it was just like 2 decks, but some say like the skill of the games was actually like really interesting. For a time I was considering buying the Birthing Pod deck and like trying out Modern with that, but people were warning about the card getting banned, so I stayed clear. True story. Yeah, I didn't want to use that map just yet, in case I wanted to see this next draw. Wouldn't be the worst time for a Tabernacle. Or is that too late at this point? I mean, that would take them off of casting the Chain Lightning, too. Yeah, let's actually do that. It's too bad I have nothing to, like, try and get a Daze out of them here. But we save ourselves 3 damage from a Delver, at least. And possibly another 3 from, like, a Chain Lightning stuck in hand. Then maybe we draw like a Carpet of Flowers next turn. Although we had to use our map with that to get that Tabernacle. Let's see. As a fan of the Cardinals, let me check my phone. Yeah, they're up on the Giants. They probably suck. No, I'm definitely not favored. It's like a difficult matchup. Like, they're beatable, but it's not easy. I feel like this deck has the tools in there. I don't know if I'm just like making the wrong game decisions, if I'm siding incorrectly. I've just been trying like various combinations of stuff to side in and side out. And I just found the Reclaimers to be like awful. Like, they're just not going to live ever. See if we can stop Wasteland. Really? All my Delver opponents know to just kill Reclaimer immediately. Now, we must have just had, like, different experience with that. I guess, like, maybe when I first started playing this deck, when people weren't as well aware of it, they didn't know as much. Maybe Delver opponents would be more willing to let a Reclaimer stick around. But it's been a while since that, like, happened. Yeah, I need to try and... I need more mana for one thing. I'm just gonna bolt once a turn. I'm gonna die to multiple bolts or... like a Wasteland would just kill me, or 2 bolts, and a second red source. Say, like, hypothetically, I sided in my surgicals. Yeah, like... and they have 2 different types of bolts, so I don't think I want to also deal 2 damage to myself. Just thinking how, if that might be possible. Yeah, I'm just gonna die. Oh, you're already on D&T? Nice. Let's, see if I can bait a counter out. I'm sure they have, like, multiple forces, too. Show me bolt number 3. Bolt number 2. If they don't keep the Stelver, we're, like, definitely dead. No, it's not good for post. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or just the nature of the matchup now. I can't, I used to be able to compete with Delver on the board at least, just develop your mana safely, but Oko throws a wrench in that, plus like Arcanist, you just get overwhelmed with the card advantage. But yeah, it's if you've been watching the stream for a while, you've seen many Delver battles. And that'll continue to be a learning experience if I can figure that out. Definitely open to suggestions. Like, I kind of see where you guys are coming with, like, a single Reclaimer, but... I don't know, so many times that I've played Reclaimer, it just... yeah, it just will never stick around. I love D&T playing against that, though. So yeah, not so great finishes this week, but it's been interesting, the matchups. I don't think you want to mess around with, like, the cantrip artifacts. It's a lot more safer in Tron to just play out your important lands and then just use those to cast, like, yeah, like the spheres and the stars. I think the mana is too important for this deck, though, to want to do that. Yeah, I'm satisfied with, like, this list and a lot of the matchups we play against. Delver's just an ongoing challenge. This is just like regular lands, probably. Yeah, this wouldn't be a bad a fast one hand. Tron lands. I mean, Jeff Uglin played a Tron list in Legacy once. Questing Beast. This is more like a Titan Stompy deck. Alright, go one more turn, I guess. Or a crop right here. Could just get the Cloudpost now, and Vesuva that. I don't have the second green here, though. But I think I might be okay with that still. It's not too far off either. Alright, let's get our Cloudpost with this. Let's hope this is fast enough. Oh yeah, this particular list has 12 posts, I guess. Exactly. Funny enough. If you count the Thespian stage as posts. I don't really like care much about the name of the whole thing, but no, the 12 part's kind of stupid to me. I feel like they're gonna prime time next turn. I'm just gonna die. Yeah, probably had to gain life here, unfortunately. So sideboarding against this deck, do you guys think they run Chalice? No, probably not, because Hierarch. Yeah, okay, no, probably not. I'm assuming they peak with a prime time at the top of their, like, threats. If that's the case, then these kind of like Field of the Dead prime time lists really changed a lot since I first started seeing those. I feel like they were more just yeah, about like chalices and that kind of stuff. Maybe they're more like resilient now too. Yeah, maybe it's like a one of like mana dork to be able to green sun for. Be Excavator. Oh. If I get to keep all this, then I'll make this another forest. Get prime time that way next turn. Probably just gonna gain life this prime time. What's this? I hate that card. Not on my radar at all, seeing those colors. Maybe Force of Vigors. Yeah, they got us. Yeah, Force of Vigor might not even be that great. I mean, we saw Sylvan Library. That'd be fine, like, hitting that, I guess. I should have just went the Kozilek route. No, I'll keep Needle. Yeah, I shouldn't have even conceded there, honestly. I mean, I'll shame concede for that, but... Yeah, see, that's why I gotta keep that on my radar, because if I had known that... I mean, he had the threats in hand. Not an impossible spot against that card. Yeah, I feel like you just want to try and go for something quick. This doesn't have a payoff, though. Sure. I guess Excavator, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you again, live for show. Oh yeah, I was going to explain Surgical. It's like so-so against Maverick. Like, if anything, I want to just try and, like, entice an early Wasteland and just get them all out immediately. Because, like, Maverick players that are aware of that will just wait till they have, like, multiple Wastelands already in play. But if I get like an early chance to just get rid of the wastelands at the start, I like the surgical there. Yeah, we're 3 and 3. I should edit that. Not so hot this time. Oh. I'll just say Wasteland now, I guess. It's either that or... I mean, I guess this is kind of a non-bow, but... Maybe they'll expend a lot to get rid of this needle. We'll get Wastelanded, and then we'll surgical. I definitely shouldn't have conceded that last round, though. Man, this person has thrown curveballs at me the whole way. Did not expect this here either. That probably means that the that Noble Hierarch we saw was probably like a one of Green Sun target. And these Knight of the Reliquary decks usually run Blast Zone too. So yeah, maybe they'll like sack a lot of this, go to Wasteland, and we can eventually answer this and then surgical. I should have played Tabernacle there. I'm getting tired, everyone, not gonna lie. No, Primeval Titan's like a Maze search anyway, huh? Yeah, that was really stupid. Yeah, I should have just like not decided not to search with Prime Time. It's alright, lesson learned. Like some of the searching abilities, they'll like at least like the Reclaimer, the map, those activations, you're forced to search once you've activated them, I'm pretty sure. But like the Prime Time itself being cast, they can respond to. Or you can just choose to not search before that. Now this is a learning experience for me too. Every time. Yeah, knowing that makes me not feel like as worried against that card with Prime Time as I did before. Because I don't think there's a window where they can force you to search with Prime Time, but like steal the things you're searching for. She'll use this meaningless league. Yeah, I want to look at the text exactly on the other cards in this deck. Because I'm pretty sure like this has quite a few force searches. That's an opposition agent in response to them wouldn't be able to be stopped. But yeah, it's going to be good to know. Sure. Might as well make him answer this at least. Abrupt Decay, yeah. Yeah, ultimately it's just like not having that card on my radar I blame for the screw up more than anything. I even talked about that earlier. It's just like, oh, just keep it on your radar. Just probably Blast Zone. Alright, one more round of this challenge, and then I'll also finish this league. There's one more round of that. Then that'll be the stream for today. I hope I don't have to play against... I don't want to play against people watching my stream. If they don't answer this, get one less turn. Well, next 2 discs draws, I guess. I can make this a chasm on the upkeep. But then what, you know? Or I could just get a Cloudpost now, have 10, 13 mana. They did a Blast Zone. I feel like they would have got that a long time ago. It's alright. Let's learn from mistakes. Alright, I'm gonna look at the specifics of the cards. This is a force search. If you go to activate, search. So yeah, this is Primeval Titan's the only one that gives you the option to search or not. It's just literally like the worst one for me to concede to, but yeah, had I been thinking of it, I would have decided to go towards Kozilek that other turn. Thank you for the follow, Pam and Ismay. Yeah, it's literally just Primeval Titan where there's no window for them to actually respond and steal something. I hope you all enjoyed the stream so far. It's can't top 8 all of these ones, all these challenges. But I feel like we always have a decent chance. So hopefully you'll tune into my stream on definitely Sundays. I can commit to doing this challenge. Sometimes Saturday too, but sometimes I am too burnt out to stream then. Be on the lookout for my this podcast that I plan to do with my buddies tonight, and also a primer on this deck that I want to get done by tomorrow. Thanks. I'm really happy to hear that. The Real Skate 1000. Yeah, when I started like streaming this deck, I figured like some people would get a kick out of just like the games of Magic. Because this is how this deck has always been. It's like wacky situations and tons of decisions. That's why I've been playing it for so long. It never really seems to get bored to me. Plus the list is like just very... It's very fine-tuned where it's at right now. But there's also like lots of challenges too. Lots of things I feel like could be improved. So you can watch the struggles with that, the learning process, and trying to figure these things out. Honestly, I kind of hope we get some like weird like combo matchups for like some lost. I get these challenges if we're just done. I'd rather just get some like difficult practice. See if we can like get these Mindbreak Traps to do what we want them to do. Man, don't make me start like double queuing. I know if I start like a league match, then I'll just regret it very quickly. This will just be the patient one here. I mess around with this like alternate shittier version of 12 Post. Has Karns and Ancient Stirrings. Maybe do like a league of it. Maybe tomorrow if I'm up for it. Something to mix up the mix it up a bit. Also try and find some Hull Breachers for this Urza deck that everyone loves. Has there been a new Magic set recently? It's really just the Rise of Zendikar one, right? That was the latest one. I feel like there's always just like new releases, like faster than I can keep up with. But I feel like they're like, I just haven't read spoilers in a while. Commander Legends. Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like Wizards like slowed their releases for compared to where they were at before. Like for a while there's just like too many like supplemental sets and like weird stuff like that. I don't know what this I was watching part of Caleb D's stream. He was streaming like Legacy like a week ago or so. And he was talking about this like metal thing about Magic. And it reminded me of the Walking Dead thing. I don't know if they're like gonna incorporate like bands and stuff and music into Magic. Couldn't really find any details on that, but yeah, I wouldn't really put anything past Wizards at this point. If this person just times out, then we can start this very last league match. I'm gonna just finish this up and then call it a day. Iconic band album styles. That sounds pretty interesting. Are they all cards that have like badass names? Like Assassin's Trophy. It sounds like it could be like a name of an album or something. It probably wasn't the case, but did they happen to release like a Carpet of Flowers reprint? Maybe like a soft, I don't know, girly band or something. Someday they shall print this card, reprint it as foil. Or just reprint it in general. Pretty stupid expensive. Party hard, shred harder. Just drop if you don't want to play in this last round, you know. What do you guys think the best Ether Vial deck is in Legacy? I would kind of say Goblins is. Because I feel like Ether Vial decks, they're like so polarized. Like so much better if they get their Vial in their opening hand But I feel like goblins can like overcome that. Like they have Lackey as like a second like really strong 1-drop. Plus I feel like their game plan could just doesn't really require Ether Vial as much as like Death and Taxes does. I guess the Esper Vial deck's pretty cool too though. D&T puts up the numbers. Actually, I haven't played against goblins in a while. Difficult matchup, but I feel like it'd be around more places. Alright, a minute and a half. Pretty sure it's 10 minutes and then it just like logs them out. I'm a pretty superstitious person. Maybe I didn't do well today because I put old regular forests back in place of snow-covered forests. I was getting tired of like once upon a time look for a forest, and then just seeing that long snow-covered forest text on that little like top of the card. I just wanted to see this like just simple forest. And probably like when I play this deck in paper again, probably just use regular forests. Maybe it's the decision though. It's making us not win. Judge forests are different than... Yeah, I don't remember the Judge basic land promos. I remember that like from the vault snow one. Regular and snow. I was considering that like in person. At least to predict. It has advantages to like Thespian stage too, I think, to have like a split. I just don't like the look of like the two different types though next to each other. The look is important. But I guess like predict though, something to keep in mind. Alright, I feel like they're not going to join this game if they haven't joined like 11 minutes in, so let's just play this league here. The swag factor. I have the foil. The snow one is like the Cold Snap, whatever, when they first got printed as foil. And there's these forests from like Time Spiral. I don't know what it is. It's like nothing that special, but I just like the picture. If I want to use like the regular basic forests. But yeah, I remember when that like snow like promo thing came out like a year ago. I was talking to like some of the local, like our Goblins players, thinking of like pitching in, taking the mountains. Our D&T guy was gonna get the plains. I would like buy the forests. We didn't end up doing that, but I think they're like pretty stupid expensive now too. My bad, I was like on the wrong window there. If they were on like Snowco, this would be just straight up to a prime time, an uncounterable prime time. Do you have the Tron lands foiled? Those are like I heard they're like pretty hard to get a hold of, aka expensive. I feel like some of the other versions of like some of the older cards were kind of expensive last I checked. Like Dredge. Might die here. Do you have like a rule acrobatics with like what foil like pimped out version you get? Like the original type or something like that? Get Bog. They concede. Yeah, I probably am going to miss the top 32 also. Yeah, I'm OG pack foils too. I specifically like wouldn't want the full art foils, honestly. Like, no offense to people that do like it, just not for me. But I guess I have some of like the judge foils for like Karakas, Maze of Ith. Like those are the first foil versions of those cards that came out. Yeah, I forced myself to like the stupid Glacial Chasm. Like the only foil one is that. You know what I'm talking about if you know that card. Yeah, this round 7 opponent. I don't know why it's not like just timing him out at this point. Oh, I was gonna say. But yeah, I only got this shitty like foil Glacial Chasm because that was like the only foil version. And like with all the lands in the deck being like newer cards, could like attempt to get foiled out. Yeah, like I was playing the old blue-green one. And obviously like with dual lands, you only have the older ones. So I could make like all the lands just have the really old appearance. Karakas. Spog is awkward in hand, but I'm gonna keep this. Oh, I can't Bog now. I guess we can trap. Yeah, I don't know if they can get past Tabernacle. Yeah, this Mindbreak Trap, it's kind of like the all-around anti-combo card. Like for one thing, it just stops these crazy like fast starts. Oh yeah, the new art is like now they have like a non-white bordered Tron lands, which is nice. With, like the frame. Yeah, they'll be able to hit us with Icarids for a little bit. But Tabernacle, this should put like a lid on. Should put a lid on how much they're able to keep out and play. Oh, that's awesome. Antiquities like OG. Some old stuff. Yeah, this is kind of a boring game to end on the stream on. This looks like a pretty sad dredge start. Alright, well I'm just gonna make a Dark Depths and risk them playing that. I think they have to run some bounce spell against this, but let's give them a chance. Yeah, I could have timed it differently. Yeah, see, this is like I think we're pretty safe. I don't remember what the card is called, but like returns a legend or like an enchantment or a creature to your hand. Show me if you got it. Time is now. Looks like they have it. Dredge without Bazaar. It looks like it. This is the card I was thinking of. Creature or enchantment. Okay. I'm gonna get this excavator out this turn. Can try again in a couple turns for another one. Or just go to make a gigantic ballista. Or get our Rec Sage and then kill this and then Bog, and I feel like we have a million ways to win. We just have to not die this one turn. I remember seeing this before. I think this was an Archon's list. Maybe that's like the standard now. It's the critical turn though. Yeah, I probably could have prepared better by one of those turns when I didn't crack the map by playing this Ballista out, just having it in play. The depths matchup is... there's a lot to it. You basically just want to keep throwing like different obstacles into the dredge or the depths opponents. Like throw it in their way. Karakas, Maze of Ith. Going above 20 life. Yeah, you're right, SP. This would have been a good time to have the Ballista out there. But yeah, I'm just going to search up Rec Sage, then Bog. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this. There's another therapy there. I guess they have to name Green Sun right here, right now, with this therapy. I mean, there's another therapy in the bin. So, yeah, let's save it for the second one, I think. See how heads up this opponent is. Three bridge from belows, though. This would have been a good time to have that Ballista out. Reclaimer, okay. Kill Sanctity, Bog their graveyard, and then Tabernacle should just take care of the rest. They're going to lose these mines eventually, and then start paying a life. That was a pretty unlucky dredge, though. Like, no Narc amiibos. Let's make sure I kept it in. You also could have just gotten like prime time and then just killed that way. But this clears the graveyard. Alright. Anticlimactic. Oh well. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Definitely be on the lookout for that podcast that I'm recording later today. And also the primer that I plan to write on this deck. Yeah, maybe I'll stream tomorrow, maybe not. But hope you had a good time. Have a good rest of your